Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the heart of the Shire, where rolling hills met morning mist, lay a garden unlike any other. The Garden of Dreams, as it had been known since time immemorial, was not merely a collection of flowers and herbs, but a living tapestry where the dreams of hobbits took root and bloomed into reality. For generations, it had been the source of the Shire's boundless fertility and the keeper of its people's most precious hopes. Primula Baggins, the garden's young keeper, knew every bloom and blade of grass as intimately as she knew the lines on her own palms. On this particular morning, as she made her usual rounds with her copper watering can, something felt different. The dream flowers, which normally shimmered with an inner light, seemed dimmer. The wish willows, whose branches usually danced with phantom winds, hung still and silent. "Something's wrong," she whispered to herself, kneeling beside a patch of memory mosses that had turned an alarming shade of gray. As she touched the dying plants, a chill ran through her body, not the usual sparkle of dream magic, but something cold and empty. That night, for the first time in recorded history, no dreams came to the hobbits of the Shire. Children woke crying from empty sleep, and adults found themselves restless with an unexplainable sense of loss. The land itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting. As dawn broke, Primula stood at the garden's center, where the ancient dream well bubbled with silver water. Or rather, where it should have bubbled. The well was still, its waters black as a starless night. As she peered into its depths, a shadow moved beneath the surface, not a reflection, but something alive. "The dreams aren't gone," a voice said behind her, deep and melodious. "They're trapped." Primula whirled around to find herself face to face with a stranger. He appeared to be a hobbit, but something about him seemed off. His shadows fell in the wrong direction, and his eyes held an ancient wisdom that no hobbit could claim. He introduced himself as Shadowmend, and his story was extraordinary. He was a dragon who had chosen to take hobbit form, seeking redemption for past wrongs. "The barrier between the dream realm and reality is breaking," Shadowmend explained, his voice carrying centuries of knowledge. "Someone or something is stealing the dreams, and with them, the life force of the Shire itself." As if to confirm his words, a flower nearby withered and crumbled to dust. The garden's magic was failing, and with it, the protective enchantments that had kept the Shire prosperous for generations. But why would anyone steal dreams? Primula asked, clutching her grandmother's enchanted trowel closer to her chest. "Dreams are power," Shadowmend replied, his eyes reflecting the garden's fading light. "And there are those who would use that power for their own ends. Together, they discovered that the only way to restore the balance was to enter the dream realm itself. Shadowmen knew the way, a dangerous path that would require them to walk the thin line between reality and dreams." Using his ancient magic and Primula's connection to the garden, they opened a portal through the dream well's depths. The dream realm was both beautiful and terrifying. Here, thoughts took physical form, and memories danced like autumn leaves in a breeze. But something was wrong. The usual vibrant landscape was being consumed by a creeping darkness. They followed trails of stolen dreams, each one leading them deeper into the heart of the realm. Their journey brought them face to face with dream creatures both wondrous and nightmarish. They encountered a council of talking trees who shared ancient memories, a river that flowed with forgotten lullabies, and shadows that whispered secrets and voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Finally, they discovered the truth. An ancient nightmare king, long imprisoned in the depths of the dream realm, was stealing dreams to break free of his bonds. Each stolen dream added to his power, and with enough of them, he would be able to cross into the waking world. The confrontation took place in a castle built from broken promises and forgotten wishes. The Nightmare King was massive, a creature of shadow and fear, but Primula stood her ground. She had brought with her seeds from the Garden of Dreams, and in this realm of pure imagination, they held tremendous power. As Shadowmen engaged the Nightmare King in battle, his true dragon form manifesting in brilliant flashes of light, Primula planted the seeds in the dream soil. They grew instantly, becoming a garden of light that pushed back the darkness. Each plant represented a stolen dream, and as they bloomed, the dreams began to break free from the Nightmare King's grasp. The battle reached its climax when Primula realized that the Nightmare King's power came from fear specifically, the fear of forgotten dreams. Using her garden craft, she didn't fight the darkness, but instead transformed it, showing how even nightmares could be turned into something beautiful when properly tended. Shadowmen, seeing her wisdom, ceased his attack and instead began to sing an ancient dragon song of transformation. The melody wrapped around the Nightmare King like golden chains, not imprisoning but transforming. Primula joined the song with her own Hobbit melody, weaving dreams of home and hearth into the dark tapestry of fear. Slowly, the Nightmare King began to change. The darkness became twilight, and then dawn. What remained was a spirit of dreams, neither good nor evil, but necessary, for without a touch of darkness, dreams cannot shine as bright. With the balance restored, the dreams began to flow back to the Shire. The Garden of Dreams bloomed anew, more vibrant than ever before. But now it contained new blooms, night flowers that glowed with gentle darkness, reminding all who visited that both light and shadow had their place in the great dance of dreams. Shadowman chose to stay in the Shire as the garden's protector, his dragon's wisdom complementing Primula's hobbit sense in maintaining the delicate balance between reality and dreams. Together, they tended to both the sweet dreams and the necessary nightmares that kept the land fertile and the people whole. And so it was that in the heart of the Shire, where rolling hills meet morning mist, the Garden of Dreams continues to bloom. Those who walk its paths might notice that some flowers cast shadows that move independently, or hear the distant echo of a dragon's lullaby. But most importantly, they dream deep, true dreams that keep the magic of the world alive, one night at a time. For as Primula often says, while planting new seeds in the twilight hours, every dream, even the darkest, has the potential to bloom into something beautiful. It just needs a gardener brave enough to tend it. Story 2. The ancient scrolls of Rivendell had always whispered their secrets to those patient enough to listen, but on this particular autumn evening, they seemed to sing. Peregrine Took, known to most as Perry, sat hunched over a weathered piece of parchment in the library's deepest alcove, his small hobbit fingers tracing the intricate patterns that danced across its surface. The runes seemed to shimmer in the dying light, as if awakening from a long slumber. 30 days had passed since Perry had discovered the map hidden within the binding of an unremarkable book about mushroom cultivation. Now, as the last rays of sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows of Rivendell's grand library, the true nature of his discovery was finally becoming clear. These were no ordinary runes, they were keys to ancient portals, crafted in an age when hobbits and dwarves worked side by side in harmony. By the light of the Veiler, he whispered, his voice barely disturbing the library's sacred silence. The map showed 7 locations spread across Middle-earth, each marked with a distinct runic symbol. According to the text surrounding the map, these portals, when properly aligned, formed a magical barrier one that had kept an ancient titan slumbering beneath the lonely mountain for millennia. A sudden gust of wind scattered Perry's carefully arranged notes, sending them dancing through the air like autumn leaves. As he scrambled to collect them, a shadow fell across the ancient table. Looking up, he found himself gazing into the eternally young face of Arwen Silverheart, an elven warrior who had chosen to forsake her immortality to protect the lands of Middle-earth. "You have found something of great importance, young halfling," she said, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. Her eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, fixed upon the runic map with intense interest. "These portals," Perry began, struggling to keep his excitement in check, "they're failing. According to these writings, we have until the next full moon before the Titan awakens." Arwen's expression darkened. "Then we have 18 days to prevent the end of everything we hold dear." She placed a hand on the hilt of her sword, Starfire, its crystal pommel catching the last light of day. "You'll need more than just an elf's blade in this quest," Master took, as if summoned by her words. Heavy footsteps echoed through the library's hallowed halls. Thorin Stonefist, a dwarf whose reputation for forging weapons of ancient power was exceeded only by his stubbornness, emerged from between the towering shelves. His beard, braided with runes of protection, seemed to glow with an inner fire. "Aye, and you'll be needing a dwarf's hammer as well," he growled, though there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "I've heard whispers of these portals in the deep songs of my people. They say the first hobbits and dwarves forged them together. Using magic that's been lost to time, the unlikely trio gathered around the map, their shadows merging in the growing darkness. Each portal location presented its own challenges: the frozen wastes of Fordwaith, the depths of Moria, the poisoned marshes of the Dead Lands, the peaks of the Misty Mountains, the heart of the Old Forest, the caves beneath the White Tower, and finally, the very roots of the Lonely Mountain itself. As they planned their journey, Perry couldn't help but wonder at the strange turns of fate that had led him here. He had come to Rivendell seeking knowledge of his people's history, and now he found himself at the center of a quest to save all of Middle-earth. Their journey began at dawn the next day. The first portal lay hidden in the depths of the Old Forest, where the trees themselves were said to walk and whisper. As they ventured deeper into those ancient woods, the air grew thick with magic and memory. The trees seemed to bend toward them, their branches reaching like gnarled fingers. Thorin worked his craft at each portal, reforging the ancient bonds with hammer and spell, while Arwen's sword kept the growing darkness at bay. Perry's role was perhaps the most crucial. Only his understanding of the runes could guide them to each location and activate the portal's dormant power. At the frozen portal of Fordwaith, they battled ice wraiths that sought to freeze their very souls. In the depths of Moria, they faced shadows that remembered the world's creation. The poisoned marshes nearly claimed them with their deceptive lights and hungry depths. Each portal restored was a victory, but also a reminder of the Titans' steadily approaching awakening. Their final test came at the roots of the Lonely Mountain. The earth itself trembled as they worked to activate the last portal, the Titans' slumber growing restless. As Perry chanted the final incantation, his fingers tracing the runes that would complete the circle of power, the ground split beneath them. From the chasm rose a being of such immensity that it seemed to block out the sky. The Titan, partially awakened, fighting against the bonds they sought to restore. Its eyes, ancient as the mountains themselves, fixed upon the small company with a hatred that had festered for millennia. In that moment, as hope seemed to fade like morning mist, Perry remembered something from his studies. The runes weren't just symbols of power. They were words of binding, and words had power of their own. With trembling voice but unwavering spirit, he began to sing the runes, weaving them into a song of sealing and slumber. Arwen's clear voice joined his, adding the strength of the elves to his Hobbit song. Then came Thorin's deep bass, resonating with the very stones beneath their feet. Their voices rose together, three races united as they had been when the portals were first forged, their song echoing across the mountains and down into the deepest valleys. The Titan fought against the power of their united song, but the magic of the restored portals responded to their call. 7 beams of light shot into the sky, connecting the portal sites in a web of pure energy. Where they crossed, they formed a seal of blinding brightness that descended upon the Titan like a net of stars. With a roar that shook the foundations of the earth, the Titan was drawn back into its prison beneath the mountain. The portals flared one final time, their runes blazing with renewed power, before settling into a steady, watchful glow. As silence returned to the mountain, Perry found himself staring at the runic map, now transformed. The runes no longer seemed like mere markings on parchment. They were a testament to what could be achieved when the races of Middle-earth stood together against darkness. Thorin clapped a heavy hand on Perry's shoulder. "You've done your ancestors proud, lad." Both hobbit and dwarf, Arwen smiled, sheathing starfire. "Songs will be sung of this day in the halls of elves and men alike." Perry simply nodded, his eyes still fixed on the map that had started their journey. He knew that somewhere in Rivendell's vast library, other secrets waited to be discovered. But for now, he was content knowing that the runes of broken destiny had been mended, and the Titan would sleep for another age of Middle-earth. In the years that followed, few who passed beneath the lonely mountain knew of the 3 companions who had prevented disaster, or of the 7 portals that stood guard over ancient powers. But sometimes on quiet nights, those who listened carefully might hear the whisper of runes in the wind, singing their eternal song of unity and courage. Story 3. The sun had not risen over the Shire for 30 days. What began as an unusually long night had stretched into an endless twilight that shrouded the land in perpetual dusk. In the great library of Brandy Hall, surrounded by towers of ancient books and scrolls, Merry Addoc Brandybuck, married to his friends, pored over yet another dusty tome by candlelight. The eternal eclipse cast strange shadows through the library's circular windows, making the dancing candlelight seem almost alive. Merry's fingers traced the faded lines of text before him, his eyes widening as he discovered a reference to something called the Ring of Eternal Twilight. "By the grace of the Veiler," he whispered, his voice barely disturbing the dust motes that danced in the dim light. The text spoke of an artifact forged in the First Age, when hobbits and elves had worked together to maintain the delicate balance between light and darkness in Middle-earth. As he read further, the library door creaked open, admitting a tall figure wrapped in gray robes. Mordic the Grey, whom all had believed to be a dark wizard, stepped into the candlelight. His face, weathered by centuries of watching and waiting, or no malice, only deep concern. "You found it, then," Mordic said, his voice like autumn leaves rustling in the wind. "The ring that could save us all, or doom us if it falls into the wrong hands." Merry's hand instinctively went to the pocket where he'd stuffed the ancient page. "The White Council. They're not what they seem, are they?" Mordac's eyes flickered with an inner fire. "They believe they can control the balance of power, but their pride blinds them to the truth. The eclipse is if they're making a bid to seize control of day and night itself." The revelation hung heavy in the air between them. Legends told of the White Council as guardians of light and goodness, but here was evidence of their corruption. The ring of eternal twilight had been crafted specifically to maintain equilibrium between light and shadow, preventing any one power from dominating the other. Their conversation was interrupted by the soft sound of footsteps on stone. Through another door came Celeber, and daughter of Galadriel, who had secretly opposed her mother's increasing desire for control. Her silver hair seemed to capture what little light remained in the world. "The ring lies in the Twilight Temple," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Hidden in plain sight, where the council would never think to look among the common folk, they claimed to protect, together, the unlikely trio formed a plan. The Twilight Temple lay 3 days' journey from the Shire, in a grove where the barriers between day and night had always been thinnest. But reaching it would mean crossing lands now patrolled by the council's agents. They set out under cover of the eternal dusk, using the strange half-light to their advantage. Merry's knowledge of herb lore proved invaluable, as he used night-blooming flowers to mask their scent from the council's shadow hounds. Mordak's magic created paths through solid stone, when the main roads proved too dangerous, while Celeber and ancient elven wisdom helped them avoid the most treacherous areas. On the second night of their journey, they encountered a group of travelers, other hobbits, elves, and men who had also recognized the wrongness in the endless twilight. Each had their own tale of how the White Council's influence had slowly corrupted their lands. Together, they formed a fellowship bound by the common goal of restoring balance to Middle-earth. The Twilight Temple itself was a marvel of ancient architecture, its spires reaching toward the darkened sky, like fingers grasping for lost sunlight. Built of stone that seemed to shift between black and white, depending on how one looked at it, the temple had been maintained for centuries by a secret order of guardians, hobbits, elves, and men working together in secret. Within its halls, they found evidence of a great battle. The council had been there before them, but in their arrogance, they had overlooked the ring's true hiding place. Merry, with his hobbit sense for the ordinary and overlooked, noticed something about the temple's central sundial. In the endless twilight, its shadow never moved except when viewed from a child's height. The ring lay in a chamber beneath the sundial, accessed by a passage that only appeared when the light struck the dial at precisely the right angle. Even in the artificial twilight, some magic kept the sundial's shadow moving, marking the true time in defiance of the council's manufactured darkness. The ring of eternal twilight was beautiful in its simplicity, a band of metal that seemed to be neither gold nor silver, but something in between. When Merry lifted it from its resting place, he felt the weight of ages settle upon his shoulders. But they had not gone unnoticed. The White Council's agents surrounded the temple, led by figures in brilliant white robes that seemed to mock the twilight they had created. The time for stealth was over. What followed was a battle not just of arms, but of light and shadow themselves. Mordic revealed his true power, not dark magic, but the ability to maintain balance between opposing forces. Celeber and called upon ancient elven songs that spoke of the necessity of both day and night. And Merry, with the ring in his possession, discovered that its power lay not in domination, but in harmony. As the council's forces pressed their attack, Merry understood what needed to be done. The ring had never been meant as a weapon or a tool of power. It was a key to understanding. Standing in the temple's heart, he held the ring aloft and spoke words that seemed to come from the dawn of time itself. The ring dissolved into motes of light and shadow that spread across the sky. Where they touched, the artificial twilight began to fade. Day and night resumed their eternal dance, each in its proper time and place. The White Council's power over the natural order was broken, not by force, but by the simple truth that light and shadow must exist in balance. In the years that followed, the Twilight Temple became a place of pilgrimage, where those seeking wisdom could learn the importance of balance. Merry returned to his library, recording the true story of the Ring of Eternal Twilight for future generations. Mordecai celebrated and worked to heal the rifts caused by the Council's actions, teaching that true wisdom lies not in controlling the light or the dark, but in understanding that both are necessary parts of the great song of creation. And in the Shire, hobbits once again delighted in both the warmth of sunny afternoons and the mystery of starlit evenings, knowing that each was made more precious by the existence of the other. Story 4. Music had always flowed through the veins of South Farthing, like water through a stream, but never had any hobbit heard a melody quite like this one. Rosa stood frozen in her garden, her hands still buried in the rich earth, as the ethereal notes danced on the evening breeze. The song was ancient Elvish, certainly, but there was something else about it, something that made her heart ache with a mixture of joy and terrible sadness. No one else in South Farthing seemed to hear it. Her neighbors continued their evening routines, tending to their gardens and preparing for supper, oblivious to the haunting melody that filled Rosa's world. The song spoke of shadows and light, of a darkness rising, and an ancient evil stirring in its age-old slumber. That night, as darkness settled over the Shire like a worn blanket, the first shadow creatures emerged from the old forest. They moved like ink in water, formless yet purposeful, leaving withered grass in their wake. Rosa watched from her window as they slithered past her flower beds, the mysterious song growing stronger with their presence. A knock at her door made her jump. Outside stood a tall figure, an elf whose silver hair seemed to catch starlight that wasn't there. His face bore the weight of centuries, and his eyes held a guilt that seemed to reach back to the first age itself. "I am Eldrum," he said, his voice carrying the same melodic quality as the song that haunted her. "And you," Rosa can hear the warning song, a gift that has not manifested in these lands since the days when elves and hobbits first forged their alliance. Rosa's hand went to her throat, where the notes still seemed to vibrate. "What does it mean?" "It means the Shadow Queen is stirring," Eldrum replied, his voice dropping to barely a whisper. "And I am the one who accidentally freed her from her prison centuries ago." The tale he told was one of ancient magic and terrible mistakes. The Shadow Queen had once been a powerful elven sorceress who sought to control the very essence of music itself, the song that had brought Middle-earth into being. Her powers had been sealed away by the musical guardians, great warriors who used the power of harmony to maintain balance in the world. But now, with her awakening, those same guardians stood frozen as stone statues scattered across Middle-earth. "The song you hear," Eldrum explained, "is their cry for help, echoing across the ages. You have the gift of the old music, the ability to hear and shape the songs that bind reality itself." As if to confirm his words, another wave of shadow creatures emerged from the forest, but this time, Rosa found herself humming in response. The notes came naturally to her, and where they touched the shadows, they dissolved like mist in morning sun. Thus began their journey across Middle-earth, seeking out the petrified guardians. Each statue they found told a different part of the ancient song, and Rosa learned to weave these fragments together. Eldrum taught her the art of elven music, how to bend notes into shields and turn melodies into bridges across impossible chasms. They were joined by others who had resisted the Shadow Queen's influence, a dwarf whose war drums could shake mountains, a human bard whose flute could call forth the winds, and even a young dragon who had sworn off flame in favor of song. Each added their own harmony to Rosa's growing repertoire of power. The shadow creatures grew stronger and more numerous as they traveled, taking forms from the deepest fears of those they encountered. But Rosa discovered that every darkness had its own song, and when she learned to hear it, she could transform it into light. Their final battle took place in the ruins of an ancient amphitheater, where the very first songs of creation still echoed faintly off the stones. The Shadow Queen had grown powerful, feeding off the fears and discordant emotions of all she touched. She was no longer the elven sorceress she had once been, but a creature of pure anti-music, a void that threatened to swallow all harmony. As their companions held back waves of shadow creatures, Rosa and Eldrum made their way to the amphitheater's heart. Here, Rosa understood what needed to be done. The Shadow Queen couldn't be destroyed. Her discord was as much a part of the world's song as harmony. Instead, she needed to be brought back into balance. Rosa began to sing, not a song of battle, but a lullaby her mother had taught her. Eldrum's eyes widened as he recognized the melody. It was an ancient elven song of healing, transformed through generations of Hobbit mothers singing their children to sleep. The simple tune began to grow, incorporating the fragments they had gathered from each guardian. The Shadow Queen fought back with a terrible screech of discord, but Rosa kept singing, weaving in the war drums of the dwarves, the wind flute's aerial notes, and the dragon's deep harmonic rumble. Most importantly, she added the Shadow's own songs not as enemies to be vanquished, but as essential parts of a greater harmony. Slowly, the Shadow Queen's form began to change. The void at her center filled with music, and her discord transformed into counterpoint. When the transformation was complete, she had become what she was always meant to be, the guardian of Night's song, balancing light with shadow, joy with sorrow, major with minor. The Stone Guardians awakened, their music once again flowing freely through the world. But they were changed too, understanding now that their role was not to eliminate darkness, but to ensure it remained in harmony with the light. Rosa returned to Southfarthing changed, but not diminished. She established a school of music where she taught young hobbits to hear the songs hidden in all things, in the growth of gardens, the changing of seasons, and yes, even in the shadows that sometimes crept out of the old forest on dark nights. Eldrum remained nearby, his centuries-old guilt finally eased. He often visited Rosa's school, teaching ancient elven songs and learning Hobbit drinking tunes in return. Together, they maintained the balance of the great song that bound all things together. And on quiet evenings, if one listens carefully in Southfarthing, they might hear an unusual melody, a mixture of elvish harmony and Hobbit simplicity, with just a touch of shadow woven through it. For as Rosa teaches all her students, the most beautiful songs are those that embrace both light and darkness, finding harmony in the balance between the two. Story 5. Deep in the heart of Green Valley, where ancient trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen, Thorin Lightfoot discovered his destiny carved into the roots of the elder tree. The morning mist still clung to the valley floor, wrapping the world in a pearl-white embrace, as his fingers traced the strange runes that pulsed with an inner light. For 1,000 years, the great dragon Mournfang had slumbered beneath the Shadow Mountains, bound by magic so ancient it predated the first Hobbit settlements. Now, as Thorin's eyes deciphered the glowing prophecy, his heart grew heavy with the knowledge that the seals were failing. The runes spoke of the Emerald Key, a legendary artifact forged in the days when dragons still soared freely through Middle-earth skies. Only this key could renew the magical bonds that kept Mournfang in his dreamless sleep. Without it, the dragon would awaken to a world that had forgotten his terror, and Green Valley would be only the first realm to fall to his ancient fury. As Thorin stood contemplating the weight of this knowledge, a shadow fell across the runes. He turned to find a dwarf standing at the edge of the clearing, his beard braided with strands of metal that caught the morning light. But this was no ordinary dwarf. This was Grimler the Exile, whose name was whispered in taverns across the land, usually accompanied by tales of dark deeds and darker secrets. "You see it too, then," Grimler said, his voice like stones grinding together. The signs of awakening. Thorin's hand instinctively went to the small knife at his belt, a gesture that made the dwarf laugh, though there was little humor in the sound. Your blade, young guardian, will do little against what comes. But perhaps together we might prevent this darkness from spreading, the truth spilled forth like water from a broken dam. Grimler had once been part of the order of dwarven craftsmen who had helped forge the original seals. He knew things about dragons, about Mournfang specifically, that had been lost to time. The dragon was not merely a beast of destruction, but a creature intimately connected to the ancient order of guardians to which Thorin's ancestors had belonged. Their journey to find the Emerald Key took them through lands that seemed to exist between reality and legend. They crossed the Whispering Plains, where the grass sang songs of ancient battles, and traversed the crystal caverns, where memories of the First Age still danced like fireflies in the darkness. Along the way, they gathered unlikely allies, an elven sage who had devoted centuries to studying dragon lore, a human warrior who bore scars from a previous encounter with one of Mournfang's kin, and a mysterious shapeshifter who seemed to know more about the situation than she revealed. But it was in the Forge of Dawn, hidden deep within the Mountain of First Light, that Thorin learned the full truth. As Grimler stood before the ancient anvil where the seals had first been crafted, he revealed why he had been exiled. He was the last of the Dragonkin, those who could communicate with and understand the great worms of old. The Emerald Key was not just a tool for binding, it was a bridge between the world of dragons and the world of the free peoples. The original guardians had not simply imprisoned Mournfang. They had worked with him willingly to create a balance between order and chaos, between the ancient powers and the new races that were beginning to populate Middle-earth. But something had gone wrong. The seals, meant to maintain harmony, had instead become chains. Mournfang's sleep, intended to be a period of restoration, had transformed into imprisonment. The dragon's awakening was not just a threat, it was a cry for justice long delayed. As the ground trembled with the first stirrings of Mournfang's awakening, Thorin made a choice that would reshape the destiny of Green Valley. Rather than simply renewing the seals with the Emerald Key, he would attempt something that hadn't been done since the First Age. He would try to communicate with the dragon. The final confrontation took place in the great cavern beneath the Shadow Mountains. Mournfang's scales gleamed like polished obsidian in the ghostly light of the cavern's crystals, his eyes holding the wisdom and pain of millennia. Using the Emerald Key not as a weapon, but as it was truly meant to be used, a tool of understanding, Thorin reached out to the ancient creature's mind. The connection nearly overwhelmed him. He saw the world as it had been at its beginning, when dragons were not monsters but guardians of nature's most profound mysteries. He felt Mournfang's anger at his imprisonment, but also his deep love for the land that had been his home since the world was young. Together, Thorin and Grimler worked to forge a new pact. The Emerald Key's power was used not to bind, but to bridge, creating a new kind of seal that would allow Mournfang to sleep when he chose but wake when needed. The dragon would become a true guardian once more, protecting Green Valley not through forced slumber, but through willing partnership with its people. As dawn broke over the Shadow Mountains, a new age began for Green Valley. Thorin took his place as not just the last of the old guardians, but the first of a new order. Grimler's exile ended, his understanding of dragonkind now seen as a gift rather than a curse. And Mournfang, no longer bound by chains of ancient magic, chose to remain as a protector of the valley, his wisdom available to those who sought it with open hearts and minds. In the years that followed, Green Valley flourished as never before. The dragon's presence, once feared, became a source of pride and strength. Thorin established a school where future guardians could learn both the old ways and the new understanding that had been forged in that crystal cavern. And on quiet nights, when the mist rolls down from the Shadow Mountains, those who walk in Green Valley might hear the harmonious sounds of an ancient dragon's contented slumber, the steady breathing of one who guards the land not through compulsion, but through choice. Watched over by a hobbit who learned that sometimes the greatest act of guardianship is not to bind power, but to understand it. Story 6. The dreams came to every hobbit in the Shire that autumn night, every hobbit except Bilbo Smallfoot. While others tossed and turned in their beds, haunted by visions of ancient towers and shadowy figures, Bilbo sat alone in his garden at Bag End, watching the stars flicker like distant memories across the velvet sky. He didn't know then that his dreamless nights marked him as the last of an ancient line, or that the peace of the Shire was about to be shattered by forces beyond their understanding. But as he sat there, smoking his pipe and contemplating the unusual restlessness that had settled over Hobbiton, a figure emerged from the shadows of his garden gate, tall, ethereal, and distinctly un-hobbit-like. "The dreams speak of what is to come," said the figure, pulling back a silver hood to reveal the angular features of an elf. "But you, Bilbo Smallfoot, hear nothing because you are meant to see with waking eyes." The elf introduced herself as Arahael, one of the wandering few, a group of exiled elves who had forsaken the journey to the undying lands to protect Middle-earth's forgotten secrets. With her came a wizard who called himself Grey Walker, though something in his eyes suggested this was not his true name. "You are the last of the dream pilgrims," Arahael explained, her voice carrying the weight of ages. "Your bloodline was tasked with guarding the spaces between worlds, the doorways that the First Age sealed to protect our realm from what lies beyond," Bilbo learned that night of an ancient breach in the fabric of reality. A tear that had been slowly widening since the Third Age, hidden in the far reaches of the withered heath. Through this breach, beings that had been banished from Middle-earth eons ago were beginning to whisper their way back into the world. The prophetic dreams plaguing the Shire were but the first ripples of their return. The journey north took them through landscapes Bilbo had never imagined existed beyond the safe borders of the Shire. They traveled through the old forest, where the trees seemed to whisper in languages older than speech, and across the weather hills, where ancient stone circles still hummed with forgotten magic. Their company grew as they traveled. A young ranger named Strider joined them near Bree, his gray eyes holding secrets that seemed to mirror Grey Walker's. In the ruins of Fernost, they found Durgan, a dwarf scholar who had spent decades studying the mysterious runes that spoke of the world's first sundering. But it was in the ghost city of Enmenas that Bilbo's true nature began to reveal itself. As they sheltered in the ruins of the ancient kings, he started seeing things that others couldn't, doorways in the air that shimmered like heat waves, windows that opened onto impossible landscapes, and shadows that moved against the flow of light. "The blood of the pilgrims flows strong in you," Grey Walker observed, watching Bilbo trace patterns in the air that left trails of silvery light. "They were never mere guardians, but weavers of reality itself. Your ancestors helped forge the very bonds that hold our world together." Their journey grew more perilous as they pressed northward. The dreams that haunted the Shire had taken physical form in these lands, shadow creatures that twisted the natural world around them, turning familiar things strange and dangerous. Bilbo discovered he could sense these distortions, and sometimes even correct them, though each use of this power left him feeling more distant from his old life in the Shire. In the Grey Mountains, they found unexpected allies in a clan of snow elves who had been watching the breach for centuries. Their leader, Celestial, revealed that the banished ones were not demons or monsters as legend had painted them, but the first failed attempts at creation, beings of pure potential that had never been given form or purpose. "They desire what was denied them," Celestial explained, to be part of the song that shaped our world. But their entry would unmake everything that is, returning all to the chaos from which it was born. The final ascent to the breach tested them in ways none had expected. The very air seemed to shift and change, forming patterns that hurt the eyes to look upon. Distances became unreliable. A step could cover leagues, or an hour's walk might leave them exactly where they started. Only Bilbo's growing abilities kept them moving in the right direction, though each use of his power seemed to draw them closer to the attention of what waited beyond. At the breach itself, a tear in the world that blazed with impossible colors, Bilbo finally understood why he had been chosen. The Banished Ones spoke to him, not in words, but in possibilities, showing him worlds that might have been, could be, should never be. And in their communication, he recognized their fundamental flaw. They could not create, only reshape what already existed. But Bilbo, with the blood of the dream pilgrims and the solid practicality of a hobbit, could do both. In a moment of clarity that seemed to stretch for eternity, he understood that the breach could not simply be sealed, it had to be completed, like a story waiting for its ending to be written. Using his newfound powers, guided by Grey Walker's wisdom and strengthened by Arahil's ancient magic, Bilbo began to weave. He took the formless potential of the Banished Ones and gave it purpose, not in this world, but in the spaces between worlds, creating a new reality that could contain their chaos without threatening the existence of Middle-earth. The cost was high. The power required to create a new space in reality burned away much of what connected Bilbo to his old life. Though he returned to the Shire, he was changed, able to see the world as it truly was, a tapestry of possibilities held together by stories and dreams. The prophetic dreams stopped plaguing the other hobbits, who soon forgot they had ever experienced them at all. But on quiet nights, when the stars seemed particularly bright, they would sometimes gather at Bag and to hear Bilbo tell tales of other worlds and the spaces between them, never quite realizing that every word was true. And if sometimes their children reported seeing doorways in the air that disappeared when looked at directly, or hearing music that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, well, that was simply the way of things in a world that had room enough for all kinds of dreams, as long as there were those who remembered how to weave them properly. Grey Walker appeared occasionally in the years that followed, though he never stayed long. The worlds need their weavers, he would say, sharing a pipe with Bilbo in the garden. And their storytellers too, and Bilbo would nod, understanding at last that sometimes the greatest adventures were not about saving the world, but about giving it new ways to dream. Story 7. Deep within the echoing halls of Erebor, where ancient forges still whispered tales of dwarven mastery, Rosa Tiki's small hands traced the edges of a weathered scroll. The parchment, discovered behind a loose stone in the lowest archives, bore diagrams unlike anything the young hobbit artisan had ever seen, intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles, as if the ink itself refused to be bound by ordinary rules. The torchlight flickered, casting dancing shadows across the walls of the vast chamber. Rosa had come to the Lonely Mountain as part of a rare exchange between the Shire and the Dwarven Kingdom, her exceptional talent for metalwork earning her a coveted apprenticeship. But what she'd found in these depths would reshape not just metal, but the fabric of time itself. Those are not meant for mortal eyes, came a gravelly voice from the shadows. Thorin Stonefist, master of the deep forges, emerged into the torchlight. His silver-streaked beard was bound with rings of ancient make, and his eyes held the weight of secrets passed down through generations. The Time-Forge plans were sealed away an age ago, when we learned what power truly costs. Before Rosa could respond, alarm bells began to toll throughout the mountain. The sound, not heard in Erebor for decades, sent dwarven warriors rushing through the halls in full battle gear. Shadow-clad figures had been spotted in the upper levels, agents of a power that had long watched and waited for the Timeforge's secrets to resurface. "You must go," Thorin commanded, pressing an iron key into Rose's palm. "Take the plans to the hidden forge. My most trusted guards will accompany you." He glanced at the scroll with troubled eyes. "We cannot let them remake history according to their design." Thus began a desperate journey through Ereber's lesser-known passages, accompanied by 4 dwarven warriors who had sworn ancient oaths to protect the mountain's deepest secrets. Grimber the Axe Singer, Dorna Trueshot, Farron Flameheart, and Nuri Shadowstep each wore weapons and armor passed down through centuries of their respective clans. As they descended into the mountain's depths, Rosa learned the truth from her protectors. The Timeforge was no mere smithy, but a mythical forge created in the First Age, capable of crafting artifacts that could bend and shape the flow of time itself. It had been sealed away when its creators realized that a secret council of immortal beings who had survived from the world's beginning sought to use it to rewrite history according to their vision of perfection. "They call themselves the Eternal Council," Dorna explained as they hurried through a crystal-lined cavern. "They believe the world took a wrong turn ages ago, that all the races of Middle-earth are mere mistakes to be corrected." Their journey was interrupted by the sound of pursuit whispers in ancient tongues and the soft pad of feet that seemed to fall both ahead and behind them at once. The shadow agents had found their trail. In the ensuing chase through the twisting corridors, Rosa witnessed magic she'd only heard of in legends. The shadow agents wielded powers that bent space and darkness to their will, while her dwarven protectors countered with runic weapons that blazed with inner light. The hidden forge, when they finally reached it, took Rose's breath away. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in darkness above, but it was the forge itself that drew all eyes. Ancient machinery of gold and mithril stretched up into the shadows, its surfaces etched with patterns that matched those on the scroll she carried. The air hummed with potential, as if the very atoms of creation waited to be reshaped. But they weren't alone. The Eternal Council had prepared for this moment for millennia. As Rosa and her protectors entered the forge chamber, they found themselves surrounded by figures in elaborate robes of shifting colors, their faces bearing the terrible beauty of those who had watched empires rise and fall like leaves in autumn. The Hobbit craftmaker spoke their leader, his voice carrying echoes of the world's first morning. How fitting that one of the youngest people should hold the key to remaking the elder days. "Give us the plans, little one. Your race need not exist in the world we shall craft anew." It was in that moment that Rosa understood why she had been chosen for this role. The Eternal Council, for all their power and knowledge, had forgotten something fundamental about creation. Their pursuit of perfection had blinded them to the beauty of imperfection, the wonder of smaller magics born from mortal hands. With swift movements that surprised even her dwarven guards, Rosa threw the scroll not to the council, but into the depths of the forge itself. As the ancient paper caught fire, she reached for the iron key Thorin had given her, not a key at all, but a master rune of activation, crafted ages ago for this very moment. The hidden forge roared to life, its machinery moving in ways that seemed to bend reality around it. But Rosa, drawing on everything she'd learned about craft and creation, understood its purpose at last. The Timeforge hadn't been built to change history, but to protect it, to ensure that time itself remained free from the manipulation of those who would reshape it to their will. With the forge awakened, its power surged through the chamber. The members of the Eternal Council found themselves bound by the very forces they had sought to control, their immortality becoming their prison. They would continue to exist, but no longer as beings capable of interfering with the flow of time. Instead, they became living statues, eternal guardians and warnings against the hubris of seeking to perfect what was meant to remain beautifully flawed. In the years that followed, Rosa remained in Erebor, working alongside Thorin to forge a new tradition that combined Hobbit creativity with dwarven craft. The hidden forge was sealed once more, but its legend lived on in the works that came from the collaboration works that didn't seek to change time, but to capture moments of beauty within it. And if travelers in the halls of Erebor sometimes heard whispers of regret from the shadows, or glimpsed figures in shifting robes standing eternally still in forgotten chambers, they learned to hurry past. For some powers, as Rosa had proven, were best left in the hands of those who understood the value of simple things of good food, warm hearths, and the quiet magic of making something beautiful with one's own hands. Story 8. The silence fell over Mirkwood like a heavy blanket, smothering the usual symphony of forest life, until even the wind seemed afraid to whisper through the ancient branches. Frodo Greenleaf stood at the forest's edge, his weathered journal clutched tightly in hands that had spent decades transcribing the languages of Middle-earth's oldest beings. The Hobbit scholar had never seen the great forest so still, so utterly devoid of the magical creatures that had called it home for millennia. The trees, remember, came a voice like rustling leaves. Arwindle, a sylvan witch with eyes the color of spring moss, emerged from between two ancient oaks. Her fingers traced patterns in the air that left trails of green light, and the nearest branches seemed to bend toward her touch. But they speak only in riddles now, and their words grow darker with each passing day. Beside her stood Drugan Ironheart, a dwarf warrior whose armor bore runes that glowed with a faint blue light. His presence here was unusual. Dwarves rarely ventured into Mirkwood willingly, but the gravity of the situation had forged unlikely alliances. The deep places of the earth feel it too, he growled, his hand resting on an axe that seemed to hum with its own inner energy. Something stirs beneath the roots of this forest, something that should have remained sleeping. The strange markings had appeared 3 days ago, bleeding up through the bark of the oldest trees like dark tears. Frodo had been summoned by the Woodland Realm's desperate messengers, his reputation as a linguist of the ancient tongues preceding him. But these symbols defied even his extensive knowledge, seeming to shift and change when viewed directly, as if they refused to be bound by the rules of any single language. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with unspoken tension. The path ahead twisted through trees that had stood since the First Age, their massive trunks covered in the mysterious markings that seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly light. Arwindle moved ahead, her magic creating safe passages through sections where the very air had grown thick and poisonous. "These are not just words," Frodo muttered, copying another set of symbols into his journal. "They're memories, impressed upon the forest itself by something ancient. Something that was here before the trees." Drugan's grip tightened on his axe. "The deep lore of my people speaks of a time before the awakening, when entities of pure thought roamed the formless world. The elves called them the primordials, beings of such power that reality itself bent around them, and one was imprisoned here." Arwindle finished, her voice barely a whisper. "Bound not by chains or walls, but by the very fabric of life itself, the trees, the earth, the web of existence that grew up around it like a living cage. Their journey led them to the heart of Mirkwood, where the trees grew so close together that their branches formed a cathedral like ceiling high above. Here, the markings converged on a massive oak that seemed to pulse with an inner light. As they watched, the symbols began to move, flowing like water across the bark, forming and reforming into patterns that made Frodo's head spin. But the Hobbit had spent his life studying the boundaries between languages, the places where one form of communication bled into another. In the flowing symbols, he began to recognize something, not words or letters, but the raw concepts that existed before language itself had been born. "It's not trying to speak," he realized, his quill flying across the pages of his journal. It's trying to remember what speaking is. The primordial it's awakening, but it has forgotten what it means to exist in a world of form and substance. Arwendel's magic flared as the ground beneath them trembled. The binding is weakening. If it fully awakens before it remembers how to exist in our reality, everything here will be unmade, Drugan finished grimly. Return to the chaos of pre-creation, but Frodo had spent his life bridging gaps between languages, between ways of thinking. With trembling hands, he began to write in his journal, not in any known language, but in the proto-symbols he had discovered, adding elements of every tongue he knew. Elvish grace, dwarvish solidity, the practical simplicity of Hobbit speech. He was creating something new, a language that could bridge the gap between formed and formless thought. As he worked, Arwendel wove her magic into the symbols, giving them life and power, while Drugan's runic knowledge helped anchor them in the physical world. Together, they created something unprecedented, a way for the primordial to exist within the bounds of reality, without being confined by it. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath as Frodo pressed his completed work against the great oak's bark. The symbols on his pages began to glow, matching the rhythm of the patterns that flowed across the tree. For a moment, everything hung in perfect balance. Then the world changed. The silence broke not with a roar, but with a symphony. Every tree in Mirkwood began to sing not with sound, but with meaning. The primordial had found its voice, had remembered how to exist within the bounds of the world without breaking them. Through Frodo's newly created language, it could communicate with all living things, enriching rather than unmaking them. In the days that followed, life returned to Mirkwood, transformed but not diminished. The magical creatures came back, now able to understand the ancient wisdom that flowed through their home. The trees grew stronger, their branches reaching higher, their roots growing deeper. And if visitors to the forest sometimes heard whispers in a language that seemed to shift between all known tongues and none of them, they learned to listen with their hearts rather than their ears. Frodo remained in Mirkwood for many years, continuing to refine and expand his bridge language, teaching it to those who wished to learn. Arwendel and Drugan stayed as well, their unlikely friendship growing into a testament to the power of bridging differences. Together, they had transformed what could have been an ending into a new beginning, proving that sometimes the greatest magic lies not in power or control, but in finding new ways to understand each other. Story 9. The brass chest in Grandfather Baggins's study had remained locked for as long as Lelia could remember. Now, as she turned the ancient key in its lock, dust motes danced in the afternoon sunlight streaming through the round window of Bag End. The lid creaked open, revealing a lifetime of collected treasures, maps of forgotten places, letters in fading ink, and there, wrapped in a scrap of midnight blue velvet, a simple silver ring. Lelia lifted it carefully, watching how it caught the light. Unlike the elaborate rings favored by the wealthy hobbits of the Shire, this one bore no gems or engravings. Yet something about it called to her, like a half-remembered melody from a dream. That night, as she twisted the ring absently on her finger while reading in her garden, the sun seemed to pause in its descent. The twilight, usually so brief, stretched on and on, the sky caught in that magical moment between day and night. It wasn't until her neighbor's startled cry that Lelia realized what was happening. Darkness had fallen everywhere in the Shire, except in her garden, where the golden light of sunset remained frozen in time. The twilight ring has chosen a new keeper, came a deep voice from beyond her garden gate. There stood the strangest pair of travelers Lelia had ever seen, a dwarf whose beard was braided with strips of burnished metal, and a tall human warrior whose armor bore the marks of 100 battles, though his eyes spoke of shame rather than glory. The dwarf introduced himself as Thorin Metalweaver, once master smith of the Blue Mountains, now exile and wanderer. His companion was Sir Aldrich of the Sunset Towers, a knight who had forsaken his post as guardian of the Western Realms. With them perched a raven whose feathers shimmered with an almost metallic gleam nightwise. They called him Keeper of Secrets from the age when birds and beasts still shared their wisdom freely with the speaking peoples. "The ring you wear," Thorin explained, his voice heavy with urgency, "is one of the lost treasures of the Twilight realm, forged by the elves in the days when the boundaries between night and day were still being drawn. It was meant to be kept in the Undying Lands, but fate, or perhaps something darker, has brought it here. That same night, word reached the Shire of a strange darkness spreading from the east, not the natural darkness of evening, but a heavy, oppressive black that swallowed light and hope alike. Villages touched by this unnatural night reported that nothing would grow, and those who ventured into the darkness often lost their way, emerging days later with no memory of where they'd been. "The balance is breaking," Nightwise croaked, speaking for the first time. "Day and night, light and shadow, they're coming undone. The ring you hold may be the key to preventing eternal darkness, or eternal light." Neither would be kind to this world, and so began Lilia's journey to the Undying Lands, accompanied by her unlikely companions. They traveled west, always west, through forests where shadows moved against their own light, and across plains where the sun seemed to flicker like a candle in the wind. The ring's power grew stronger with each passing day. Lilia learned to stretch moments of daylight into hours, to hold back the encroaching darkness long enough for crops to grow and travelers to find safe haven. But such power came with a price. Each use of the ring left Lilia feeling more distant from the solid, simple things that had once filled her hobbit life with joy. Food lost its taste, colors seemed less bright, and music became merely noise. Only in the twilight moments, when she used the ring's power, did she feel fully alive. Sir Aldrich recognized the signs. "I've seen what power does to those who wield it," he confessed one evening. "It's why I left my post. The temptation to use one's authority for more than protection, to reshape the world according to one's vision. It's a seductive path." Their journey led them to the Grey Havens, where the last elven ships waited to sail west. But reaching the harbor, they found it besieged by creatures of pure shadow beings that had once been men, elves, and dwarves before the spreading darkness had consumed them. At their center stood a figure of blinding light, equally terrible in its absolute radiance. "The Twilight Lords," Thorin breathed, his hand tightening on his forge hammer. They were meant to maintain the balance between day and night, but they've split into factions, each seeking to dominate rather than harmonize. In the battle that followed, Lilia discovered the ring's true purpose. It wasn't meant to control time or hold back the darkness. It was created to maintain balance, to ensure that neither light nor shadow could ever fully triumph over the other. With this understanding, she used its power not to fight, but to heal, restoring twilight to the corrupted beings and returning them to their true forms. The final confrontation took place on the quays of the Grey Havens, where Lilia faced the divided Twilight Lords. Rather than choosing between them, she used the ring to reunite them, showing them the beauty that existed in the moments between the subtle colors of dusk and dawn, the gentle transition from day to night and back again. The ring's power took its toll. As the balance was restored and the natural cycle of day and night resumed, Lilia felt herself fading, becoming like the twilight itself, neither fully here nor gone. The elves offered her passage to the Undying Lands, where she might be healed, but Lilia chose to return to the Shire. She had learned that true magic lay not in controlling nature's rhythms, but in appreciating their eternal dance. Years later, Hobbits would tell tales of the Twilight Garden of Bag End, where the light always seemed softer, more golden, and where moments stretched like honey on a summer's afternoon. There, Lelia Baggins could often be found in her rocking chair, a simple silver ring on a chain around her neck, sharing stories with any who would listen about the importance of embracing both light and shadow, day and night, and all the beautiful moments in between. Story 10. The ancient halls of Moria echoed with the whispers of forgotten histories, its vast chambers stretching deep into the heart of the misty mountains. Here, in the dusty archives of the Dwarven Kingdom, Thorin Smallfoot's candle cast dancing shadows across walls that hadn't felt warmth in 1,000 years. The young hobbit's fingers trembled as they traced the edges of a scroll he discovered wedged behind a fallen stone, a scroll that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. As he unrolled the ancient parchment, the runes upon it began to glow with a fierce blue radiance, and a chill wind swept through the chamber, though no draft should have been possible this deep in the mountain. The scroll's message was clear, though written in a dialect so ancient it had taken Thorin weeks to decipher. The dragons of the Shadow Mountains were stirring from their millennial slumber. "You found it then." The voice came from the darkness, accompanied by the soft tap of a staff on stone. Grimwand the Grey emerged from the shadows, his traditional wizard's robes replaced by weather-worn traveling clothes, his eyes holding the weight of one who had seen too much. The prophecy of the last guardian. Beside him stood Aranthiel, an elven warrior whose armor bore the marks of centuries of battle. Her silver hair was bound with threads of mithril, and the scars that traced her face seemed to shimmer in the candlelight. "We felt the awakening from the golden wood," she said softly. "The old magics are stirring." Thorin learned that night of his true heritage of how, generations ago, a select group of hobbits had been chosen as guardians, tasked with maintaining the ancient wards that kept the great dragons sleeping in their mountain tombs. The guardians had used a unique form of magic, one that combined the earth sense of hobbits with the power of the old world, but their line had dwindled until only Thorin remained, though he had never known of his inheritance. Their journey through the mountains began that very night. The cultists who served the sleeping dragons were already moving, their dark rituals hastening their master's awakening. As they traveled, Thorin learned the basics of guardian magic from Grimwand spells that felt less like incantations and more like remembering something his bones had always known. The deeper they ventured into the Shadow Mountains, the more the air itself seemed to resist them. Ancient wards, corrupted by centuries of dark influence, lashed out with magical force. Aranthiel's skill with blade and bow proved as valuable as her knowledge of elder magics, while Grimwand's mastery of the elements cleared paths through obstacles both natural and mystical. But it was Thorin who felt the pull most strongly, a connection to the very stones beneath their feet, to the ancient magic that had once bound the dragons. Each step brought new revelations, as if the mountain itself was teaching him secrets long forgotten by the speaking peoples. They found the first dragon chamber deep within the mountain's heart, where crystal formations cast rainbow light across walls carved with histories older than the sun. The dragon within was massive, its scales black as midnight, its sleeping breath hot enough to make the air shimmer. But something was wrong. The wards that should have kept it sleeping were unraveling, corrupted by dark rituals performed in this very chamber. "The cultists have already been here," Aranthiel warned, her keen eyes spotting the remnants of their ceremonies. "They're not trying to wake the dragons, they're trying to bind them, to turn them into weapons." The truth, when it finally emerged, was more terrible than any of them had imagined. The cultists served no dark lord or ancient evil. They served the future itself. They were the prophets of dawn, immortal beings who had glimpsed what they believed to be the only path to Middle-earth survival, a future where dragons, bound and controlled, would protect the world from threats yet to come. But as Thorin stood before the sleeping dragon, the guardian magic flowing through him showed him what the prophets had missed. The dragons weren't meant to be weapons, they were keys, their sleep maintaining the very fabric of reality in this part of the world. Waking them wouldn't save Middle-earth. It would unravel the foundations upon which it was built. The final battle came not with swords and spells, but with a contest of wills. As the prophets of dawn began their ritual to bind the dragon, Thorin reached deep into the mountain's memory, drawing forth the original purpose of the guardian magic. It wasn't meant to control or contain, but to harmonize, to maintain the delicate balance between sleeping and waking, between power and peace. Using his newfound understanding, Thorin didn't fight against the cultists' magic, he transformed it, weaving their power into the mountain's ancient wards, strengthening rather than breaking them. The dragon's sleep deepened, its dreams turning from darkness to light, its very presence becoming a foundation stone for the world's continued existence rather than a threat to be contained. The prophets, their magic transformed and their purpose shifted, found themselves bound to a new role, no longer seeking to control the future, but to guard it, maintaining the balance that Thorin had shown them was necessary for Middle-earth survival. In the years that followed, Thorin established a new order of guardians, teaching others hobbits, elves, dwarves, and men alike the importance of harmony over control. The dragons continued their sleep, but now their dreams helped maintain the world's magic rather than threatening to unmake it. And if sometimes, on quiet nights, travelers in the Shadow Mountains heard what sounded like massive creatures breathing in perfect rhythm with the earth itself, they learned to take comfort in the sound. For it meant the guardians still watched, maintaining the balance between power and peace, between sleeping and waking, between the world that was and the world that might yet be.